Alright, looks like we are live. I'm dropping frames already. Great. Gonna be a good day, I guess. Uh Stupid internet. It is Saturday, August 31st of 2019, and let's see. I streamed on Thursday, so I don't actually have that much recap content since last time. Last time we worked on Babi, which is my text editor. We're gonna be working on that a little bit more today. But we at the end of the last stream, we didn't quite get horizontal scrolling working. But I could not sleep with it not working, so I stayed up another like hour or so, and now it works. Which is pretty cool. And it doesn't have the like crash bugs that we were seeing before, the off by 1 or off by 2 errors. It actually works, and I found out what was wrong after the fact. Like, we had done all the math correct in the spreadsheet, but then it turns out that the values that we had recorded from what we were looking at before were wrong. Hey, what's up, Tubeworm? How's it going? But yeah, this is the spreadsheet we were using before. Let me zoom in so you can all see that. Hey, what's up, B? Haven't seen you in a while. Welcome back. But yeah, we were using this spreadsheet to kind of figure out the math for the scrolling stuff. And what we had before is these numbers were all off by 1, which meant that these numbers were also off by 2, I think it was. But after I fixed these to be the right value and then added a +1 here, and then changed this one to be -2, or wait, no. This is still wrong. Right? Yeah, this should say -2. Anyway, I just did this computation, and then we were able to get these all green. So it all worked out using spreadsheets in development. Yeah. Well, I was having a really hard time like visualizing and like, I guess not visualizing, but like thinking about where things should fall, and putting it in a spreadsheet made it a little bit easier to understand how things were going. Plus, then I could do like cheeky formula stuff. So like, if it didn't match, it was red, but if it matched, it was green, and like. Made it really easy to see at a glance, like, whether these formulas were right or not. Although it was kind of annoying, like, I would change this formula and I would have to fill it down, and like, that part kind of sucked, but it was alright. Anime Lover Zero says, "Hey Anthony, lol, that Excel made me think of truth tables because that's where we are doing indiscrete math." Yeah. It would have been really nice if, like, I could have written these formulas here and it auto-formulated these. I'm sure there's a way to do it, but like, I was not about to learn that last stream. But I got it working after some fiddly math. But today, the plan is to write some tests for this and also fix the to-dos, because there was some stuff where I just didn't finish it before. I think like, yeah, like right now we have a hard-coded margin of 6, so I think if you shift %, I think if I make a really small window, then it crashes. Oh, that crashes in a different place. That crashes in the header. We gotta fix that too. But anyway, there's some math that needs to happen for this margin computation, and apparently to fix the header in small text sizes as well. But that's the plan for today, and kind of interactively debug that and fix this, because this is clearly not right. Oh, I didn't know I had mouse enabled in Tmux. Did I set that up? Set mouse on. Yeah, that would do it. Oh, does this only update when you like interact? Or click? What is it? Is it click that does it? Yeah, I think it's only in. I put the time in the date time in the tray here, and the reason for the reason for that is actually pretty dumb, and it's not relevant anymore. I don't use this at all. But at Yelp, in order to deploy, you had to pass a drunk check, and the drunk check was just like enter today's date, and I mean, there might have been a couple times when I deployed while drunk, but it was more just like I couldn't be arsed to figure out today's date, and so I would put it in the tray here, so I could just. Well, I guess I can't copy and paste it, but I would be able to just type it out directly. But that's why that's there. It's because it was an easy place to find the ISO 8601 date. Let's see. Mapping your problems to spreadsheets is a nice skill. Yeah, when you can. This one happened to work out well, but if I would have needed like loops or conditions, like the condition stuff was actually pretty tricky. It's kind of Lisp-like, actually. So like this, where is it? This one. It's if A7 plus 1 is less than B2, then it's 0. Otherwise, it's D7. So like, kind of Lisp-like expressions here. No, don't change it. Spreadsheet-driven development. Yep. There are lots of dumb people on Piazza. Hey, ain't that the truth? I remember when I used to teach Intro to Programming, and we had Piazza, and oh man, some of the questions were really bad. Some of the questions are pretty good though. But the TAs were super competitive on who would get the most like Piazza answers, and so we would all like try really hard to have the most Piazza answers. And of course, I'm super competitive, so I was always winning. But it was pretty close. Like I think it was like 41% to like 40.5% for the top two people, and then the rest of the IAs were like 10% below. But yeah, Piazza, good times. Hey, what's up, Sarcastic Dante? How's your Saturday going? And outdated version, how are you? Hello. For quick calculations, I usually use this thing. Oh, so you can like play with Lua? CGI bin, what could go wrong? I don't actually know how to write Lua, so I don't even know how to test this. Life goes on, or life goes. How are you? I'm doing fine. I went for a run this morning, so I'm a little tired from that. Because I went for a run last night, and then I went for a run this morning, and I got to the like 3.5 mile point, which is where I sometimes turn around, and I was like, you know what? I'm gonna do 10 miles today, and that was a mistake. I was not ready to do 10 miles. Also, in the middle, I decided to go faster because there was this person that was just like following me, and I don't know. I don't particularly like when people just like follow me while I'm running, because it's just like, what? Why are you doing this? Like, go away. I'm trying to be alone here. Leave me alone. So I like sped up, and that made me way more tired. But should be fine. We'll hopefully make it through the stream and not be too tired. Feels good. I don't even know what Piazza is, so that's it's good for you. It's essentially a question and answer thing for classwork. It's like Stack Overflow but shitty and slow. Although maybe they've fixed that because it was super buggy before. But maybe it's better now. Who knows? I haven't had to deal with Piazza in like 10 years. No, not 10 years. 6 years, 7 years. Was it 2019? 2013 was the last time I dealt with it. So 6 years. So I'm glad I don't have to deal with that shit anymore. But yeah, I guess there's one. No, I'm not trying to undo. Stop. Got it. Cool. There's one other thing that happened between last stream and now, and that is the episode of Python Bytes that I was in came out, and apparently my topic is the feature topic, which is pretty cool. So check that out. It's kind of a neat podcast. It's set up so that like I guess I can paste the link in the chat. That'd be good. But it's kind of like set up so that you pick 6 small topics and spend like 3 to 4 minutes on each of them. And I picked 2. One of the other guests picked 2, and Michael, who's one of the 2 hosts, picked the other 2. The main host was on vacation, so that's why they were guests this one. But there's some cool stuff in here. You can also see like during the podcast how often I talk on the other things. So like I had some interesting stuff to say about the traceback things, but I don't really care about pandas, and I don't really care about pandas again. So I didn't really talk much about Matt's stuff, but Matt seems super bright and like probably does really awesome things, but I just didn't care about the sciencey bits. But that's just me. I talked about 2 things mainly. First being the Y2K Python 3.10 Python 4 problem, and shield my Flake 8 2020 plugin, and and I also talked about Python Remote PDB, which is a remote debugger, which we'll probably see later. I also made a really terrible joke, so if you want to see some super cringe, watch all the way to the, or listen all the way to the end, because I made a really dumb joke. But anyway, check that out. It's pretty neat. Did I talk about precommit? I don't think I actually mentioned precommit once. So I somehow successfully avoided showing that. Actually, did I talk about precommit? I know I talked about like some of my other stuff, or at least linked it. Did I? Yeah. So like there's a link to Future Breakpoint in there that I snuck in, but we didn't actually talk about this. We just talked about like the breakpoint built in. But yeah, it's a pretty cool thing. Oh, I had to explain what curses was, and I was like, it does terminal things and editors. That's why. And the other guy was like, oh yeah, I've written a couple of games in it. And I was like, oh right, you can write games in it. But it was pretty fun. I was like super nervous during the podcast because like my audio setup was all fucked up, and also I think I finally fixed my audio, so hopefully it's better. If not, like if not, then aux. But I try to fix my audio. And Zach says, hello, small question, when are you going to write your FAQ? Yikes. Yeah, I still haven't, this has been to do for, oh man, how long? You can actually find out by looking at the Git history. It's been to do since April. May, June, July. Fuck. Yeah, I should really do that. It's been 4 months. I have no excuse. But I don't know. I'm hoping to make this one obsolete soon. And honestly, it's really hard to know that I'm using a virtual machine now, so people don't ask all that often. But you're right. I should just like throw together a pastebin and put some stuff in there. Curse is a terminal control library for Unix-like systems, enabling the construction of text user interface applications. Duh. Yes, sarcastic Dante. That copy pasta sounds about right. But yeah, I like kind of... I explained it like graphical user interfaces, but in the terminal, which is not quite right, because it's not graphics, but... yeah. Oh, did I forget to set my today? That's kind of right. Set today. Working on babi. Polishing, horizontal scrolling, and adding text editing. Yeah, so the goal for today is to actually edit text. But there's a chance that we don't get there. Because I might spend too long writing tests for this or whatever. Block terminals are the best terminals. I mean, whatever floats your boat. I don't actually know what a block terminal is, so you'll have to educate me about that. But yeah, we don't need this math anymore. But it was kind of cool to like demo. I think I didn't even use all of these. That one. Yeah, I didn't use these two constants at all. We did in the original formula, but then it turned out that we didn't need them anymore. We only use these constants. But anyway, there's a weird black floaty thing in the bottom of my cereal bowl, and now I'm scared. Oh, oh, missed the green screen. Oh yeah, I should probably, huh? Oh, let's see, green screen streaming. How much is it to purchase one of these? Stream with the green screen, everything you need to know. It wouldn't work today because I'm wearing green, but... This looks too expensive. And this looks like a lot of work. Actually, let's see what Amazon says, even though I'm sure that's an affiliate link. Currently unavailable. Oh, I could stream in front of clouds instead. I don't know, don't you guys like to see my not made bed and my off-white walls? And I can't even see the... There's windows back there, but... Yeah, bodily... Yeah, it would just be my head floating here. that would be green screen for today. Links are allowed to anything, so feel free to post whatever links you want. No one's abused it yet, so I'm just brave. Oh, right, green text screens, like old school terminals. I see what you're talking about. Not streaming green screens. Although somebody did suggest that I set up a what's it called? An actual green screen, because like. I could do trippy stuff with that, or then you could finally see like this top left corner or top right corner that you can't see right now. Let's see. Kiwi Shock says, I was trying to get into Vim, it felt really cool, but I had a lot of issues with creating some good configuration, like auto completion, working with virtualenv, etc. Well, I can't help you there. I don't really use Vim all that much. In fact, I think this is my vimrc. Let's show it in a window that's not tiny. Opening my vimrc with nano, like what could go wrong? Yeah, I literally have one line. Although it should set expand tab, but I don't actually know what the thing for that is. But I have it so when I save files, it calls flake8. Is that what it is? Vim t.py. Yeah, so it runs flake8. And if I fix it, it goes away. Yeah, that's my Vim. Oops. Okay, but Babi, that's what we're working on today. So the first thing that I want to do is nope, that was the wrong one. Is fix the window too small problem. Oh, that crashes way sooner than I expected it to. Where does it crash though? I'm so bad at Tmux, I don't even know how to resize properly. Whoa, what happened over here? Standard scroll.add string. Curses dot lines -1 offset. Oh, it's writing the status? Did I just shrink the window too quickly? That's weird. Let me do that again. Oh, is it? It's the status text is too wide. So, right. Where did it go? Oh. If I do one more, it should crash. Okay, so it's the status text. Okay, so let's write a test for that. Actually, let me run the current test suite. Let me rebase first. I'm gonna call this patch horizontal scrolling, and by the time we're done, it should work. But yeah, let's run the test suite first because I assume that I've maybe broken something. No? Okay, current tests are passing. We're missing a lot of coverage from the new features that I've added, but we'll get to that eventually. So let's try and fix this status text. Actually, I wonder what Nano does for that. Make it really small and then press an unknown key. It just kind of cuts it off. Okay. So we can do the same. That's pretty easy. So I added the emoji, but it hasn't been... Yeah, Mindful Fox, I added the emoji, but it hasn't been approved yet, which is annoying. Let's not give away my stream key. Dashboard. Affiliate. Emotes. So yeah, the emoji is there, but it's pending, and I added it on Thursday, so it... Or no, on Friday morning, so it should be there, but apparently someone needs to, like, press the moderator button to make it happen, so... Emotes, Twitch, why you do this? But maybe next stream, Mindful Fox. I tried to make it happen. I uploaded it really early in the morning to give it as much time to get through moderation, but apparently moderators were, they were probably all at Burning Man, let's be real. Yeah, I'm reading this book about Vim. Exiting Vim, eventually, yeah. Yeah, it's a pretty good one. There's currently 2 ways to exit Babi. You can Control X like Nano, or you can crash it with Control C. How do I unsub? Wow. Hey, what's up, SSP? Oh, I remember now. It's Specs, right? What's up, Specs? What do you think of Windows subsystem for Linux? I have not tried it yet, but it seems really cool. I just haven't used it, so yeah. I don't have valid opinions yet, but hopefully hopefully I'll try it eventually, but I haven't tried it yet, so I don't have any opinions. But everyone else that I've talked to that uses it is just like, this is amazing. I wish this was a thing forever ago. And the mind-blowing thing to me is that, like, wow, Microsoft is shipping a Linux kernel in a Windows distribution, which is actually why if you say Windows in chat, it suggests that you type GNU/Windows, because there's a Linux kernel. Oh, it's a dumb joke. Let's see, test, very narrow window. Actually, I wonder if I make a narrow window with no status, if it also crashes. It does eventually crash, but only when it gets to size 1. Oh, it also crashes for the same status problem. Huh. Oh wait, it did try and print a status, maybe. How does this code work? Write status. Yeah, so it tried to write a status. Oh wait. Yeah, it tried to write a status, so still just the status code is broken. So we gotta fix that. I assume the scrolling code is also broken. Test very narrow window status. We don't actually need a temp directory with run as H. Oops. So we want to shrink the window with h.resize. width will be, let's just pick something really small like 5, and don't care about the height. But then we have to send a unknown key, which I think I was using Control J before. Yeah. But since we're only at width 5, we should only see 5 of these characters. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But this is currently crashing, so let's run this test. We don't get much of the stack trace when it's that small. But it does crash. Abnormal exit. But yeah, I made my thing print out each screenshot that it takes. But this is the stack trace there. I guess if I make it taller, we'll see more of the stack trace. Let's say 50 tall. What? Oh, it starts at only 24 tall, so we can't make it 50 tall. But we can, height equals 50. So now we have a stack trace, kind of. I went back to school recently, so basically a giant stream of C++ and calculus. Oh, nice, Specs. If you like C++ and calculus. I like C++. I also like calculus, but I don't get to use it anymore, unfortunately. GNU Windows, yeah. GNU plus Windows. It's also a bit disturbing because I would much rather have Linux take over the desktop. Yeah, I run Linux on some desktops, which is pretty nice. I don't know. It's still definitely like a meme joke of like, this is finally the year of Linux on the desktop, and like, it's still very, you know, it works most of the time, but then there's like quirky things that just really don't work. Like my setup at work, I have 2 monitors plugged in my laptop, but I always have to have the laptop screen closed because when it's open, it crashes the X server for whatever reason. It just like can't handle 3 screens, so it just crashes. Google Hangouts is like a 50-50 for me. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Yesterday, I tried to share my screen in Google Hangouts in a meeting, and it crashed my entire machine, so that was the worst of the 50-50. But I know, maybe 2020 will be the year of Linux on the desktop. Microsoft is somewhat better with backwards compatibility. Yeah, that's really true. Like, there's COM APIs from like the 90s that still work in Windows 10, which is just kind of wild to me. Michael Fox asks, how long does await text wait for? That's a good question. I seem to remember it being 1 second, but you can configure it. The Ekate. Wait interval is 0.01. Default timeout is 1. So you can change the timeout if you want. But by default, it's 1 second, I think. Bill Gates should learn Ubuntu. I bet he has an Ubuntu machine. Probably, maybe. I'd guess. Or at least it wouldn't surprise me if he has a number of Linux hosts. Especially because like you can run Linux on Azure, and like a bunch of their employees use MacBooks, and like, you know, I think we're kind of past the whole like, well, my operating system is better than yours sort of deal. But I don't know. I think we can all agree that macOS sucks. I say right after I say we're past operating system wars. XFCE works well for me. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know that I've don't know that I've worked with... I just use the default window manager. I don't know which one I'm using. Oh, hey! Outdated Version has gifted 3 subs. Thank you, Outdated Version. To Tubeworm, Jay Schwartz, and Specs. And also, Coderbook has followed. Thank you for the sub... gift subs? Gift subs? I don't know. Thank you. Greatly appreciated. Bill Gates should learn Arch. Yeah, that would be... that would be wild. I tried Arch once. It was... I don't know. I don't like it. The whole, like, latest versions of everything is nice because you get latest versions, but it's also, like, very, very unnice because you have latest versions of everything. And everything's always broken. What is this link? I recommend Ubuntu. Bill Gates. Is this really a thing? Bill Gates recommending Ubuntu. Is this a meme or is this actually real? It's digitally enhanced. Bill Gates' head doesn't glow in real life. Wow. People are mean. This is 11 years ago. Damn, I didn't even know Reddit was around. I guess, wait, how long have I been on Reddit? Not gonna show my Reddit account. Who knows what? Oh, I just typed github.com/u/my Reddit username. So that's when you know things are up. I've been on Reddit for 8 years, so this is not surprising. Well, I'm mostly a lurker, and honestly, I don't really go on Reddit much anymore. But I suspect that is photoshopped. Oh, it's a joke. Okay. It's a good one, though. I like it. You mad lad. Bill Gates uses Windows 98 2nd edition. Oh, some bravery. You're outdated, but I still love you. Welcome to the Python gang. Yeah, if only my emojis would show up. That would be the best thing. People at your work use Linux as their main OS. Most people do not, Specs. There's probably about 10 or 20 or 30 of us that use Linux. Most people are running macOS. We have like 2 people that are using Chromebooks. And when I'm talking about people, I'm talking about developers. Because I don't know what marketing uses. I assume they use Windows. Yeah, surely they use Windows. That's a lot of MacBooks. But yeah, I don't know. Maintaining macOS is such a pain in the butt too, because it's just like none of the software is reasonable, and like it ships with a broken version of Python 2. I wish I didn't have to support macOS, because like getting consistent software installations on it is just so hard. I built a tool in January to make Python virtual environment setup be consistent, and the most reasonable way that I could think to make it work was to install brew into a random directory. Well, not a random directory, into /lift, and then build Python 3.6 and 3.7 from source at different prefixes inside of that directory, and then distribute pre-built wheels along with that bundle, and then distribute another script which reads from there and does a bunch of stuff. But like that was the most reasonable way that I could set up a Python environment that wouldn't always be broken on macOS. So like, if I didn't have to deal with Macs, everything would be much nicer. Because at least with Linux, like there's a package manager that doesn't suck. But that's the thing. Yeah. Rolling distributions are extremely tough. Yeah, I agree. I don't know. I run LTS versions of Ubuntu because it's stable and I'm happy with it. It's easier that way. Ubuntu is spyware. I mean, probably to some extent, but whatever. It's less spyware than running Chrome, for instance. Holy slash RMS, yeah. Rule of thumb is everything hits the fan when you need it to work the most. Yeah, true. What's worse, leaking your Reddit account or your secret keys? Probably my secret keys. I think I would care more about those than my Reddit account. Hey, what's up, Elemento? Thank you for the follow. Hope your day's going well. We all know it's you slash Anthony's NSFW account. Yeah, you got me, guys. I just use Reddit as a porn engine, clearly. And that's all the internet's good for, right? It's just porn and programming. Most people on the internet are lurkers, so you're not alone. Yeah, a lot of people are lurkers. It's just all the time. Our corporate security group gave us a hard no on using Linux at work. Yeah, that sounds like Yelp. That sounds like why I left my last company. The funny part, or like the tinge of irony about that was like, they told me I couldn't run Linux on my laptop, but we ran like almost 100,000 Linux hosts in production running an old version of Linux that actually has security problems, and they said nothing to that. But you know, can't run it on desktops because that's a security problem. Corporate doesn't like Linux. Yeah, it's because they don't understand Linux. That's the biggest problem. I think they didn't want to do it because of government contracts. Okay, I guess. Makes sense. Heading out, Elemento. Well, thank you for stopping by. You slash pre-commit. Yeah. Ubuntu is sending file search data to Amazon. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. I also purged the like Amazon shit on here. What was it? AMZN? Oh, maybe they don't ship it anymore. Yeah, it seems like they don't ship it anymore. There used to be like an Amazon thing that would show up here. Maybe that was 1604? People were like, that's bad, don't do that. Yeah, I got rid of Snapd. I don't use it, so I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't really understand Snapd because I would just install software anyway. It seems like a good idea, but at the same time, like, I don't know. I don't use it, so I purged it. But yeah, I don't use Snapd. That's one of the 2 packages that I've purged. Also, it seemed like this was the easiest way to purge LibreOffice because I didn't need it. It is also spyware. You with your spyware, B. Why does this what? That's weird. Oh, does Control X trigger a lister? That's me. Okay, anyway. Everything stay woke. Babi.egginfo. Yeah, that's because when you pip install something editably, it will write out the setup tools metadata, which mostly just like has the console scripts, the setup.py information, and the file list. And don't know what this is. Toplevel.txt. Who knows? But yeah, if I editable install something, that's where that directory comes from. Stay woke. Everything is spyware. That is the point of the operating system. I mean, not quite the point of the operating system, but 200 IQ, yeah. Okay, alright, we wrote our test. Let's try and fix it. So it's gonna be in this in the right status function. Right status. Okay, so it's probably that it's going negative. Just want to confirm that. Debug babi. There we go. I always forget whether it's Control B and then the arrow key, but it's Control B held down with the arrow key. And then if we trigger a status now, we should be able to debug attach. Yeah, the offset is negative there, so I think we just need to make sure this is positive. So min 0. Oh wait, no, min 0, max 0. Max 0? Yeah, if it's negative, we want 0. Make this a little bit wider so you can see what's going on. Abby F. Min-max fricks my brain every time. Yeah. Same, as you can clearly see. Now we control... Oh... It still crashed. Add stir. Oh, maybe... So I switched all my others to ins stir. Let's see if that fixes it. Yay! Okay, so that should make my test pass. Why is there one character white space on the left? Oh, because I have a space around my status. At least it doesn't crash now. I kind of want it to show as many characters as it can, so let's do this. If offset is less than 0, then status equals status dot strip. Offset equals 0. Cool, now it passes. So now if we status at this, we get as many characters as we can on the screen, so that's cool. Okay, so we fixed that, but I'm pretty sure the scrolling is like super jank at really small sizes. Yeah, like you can just scroll these couple characters, and if we make it... if we make it really small, we get division by 0. Okay, so we gotta fix that. But before that, I wanna actually test the scrolling behavior, because we haven't written any tests for that yet. And I think for that I can just close these. Close TMUX for now. We'll probably go back to TMUX later when we try and fix that that thing. There is an OS that isn't spyware. Oh, you wrote your own OS? What language is it in? Kernel source. Oh, C++. Cool. Nice. I mean, is the OS spyware, or is it the software that you put on top of it in user space? Rewrite it in Python. I don't think you would want your kernel in Python. I think you would be very sad. Although, I think there is an operating system, bootable Python, is that what it was called? Python without an operating system, yeah, that's what it was. Oh yeah, I went to this talk. PyCon 2015, way back in the day. Porting Python to run without an operating system. He and his Intel colleagues got the interpreter to run in the grub bootloader for BIOS or EFI. The original reason was to be able to test hardware BIOS extensible firmware interface. Oh, EFI and ACPI without having to write a bunch of one-off programs for testing. Huh. Oh, that's wild. In fact, he said, the more sentence I can end with without writing any C code, the happier my life is. Ain't that some truth right there? But yeah, this was a pretty cool talk. I think like the basic way that he got it working was he had like a malloc implementation and then imported it or like ran it from a zip, and that was it. Next we need to port Tor. This operating system has no spyware B. Hey, what's up, Claire? How's it going? I actually talked about you last stream because you sent me a text in the middle of my stream. But how's your Saturday going? I'm just scrolling through the internet right now. Yeah, you sent me the link to the what was it? Oh, the Firefox 0 day. You're working right now. It's do you know what day it is? It's Saturday. Don't do work. What is this link? There's a Minix distribution with How is it possible to boot a Python OS? Actually, it's not possible. Nice. Says the dude running Python right now. Yeah, you got me. Correct. But right, so I want to do some tests for the scrolling behavior. And so let's set that up. I already started writing the scrolling test, but this works at width 80 or width 40. But I want to do the tests at 80 and then shrink it down later because I'm not sure how I want it to behave at smaller sizes yet. But I do know exactly how it works at size 80 because I know the margin is 6 at 80. So we can set up the actual real test cases. 2 says I should work. Let's see. So the way I was setting this up before is I just wrote a string with a bunch of numbers, and that was easy to validate. Also, I wrote a line above it for some reason. So take this again. So one of the features that I eventually want for Babi is to have parenthesis matching, because right now this parenthesis doesn't match, but I have to like manually count them. Just a little bit annoying. So I don't actually want to change the width here. Let's see, screenshot. When you make an F string but forget the F. Okay, this is what we should see now, and I think this is right. So we should see 9 sevens here. 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, and then we have this special character. So we can adjust this assertion here. So now if we press right 79 times, then we shouldn't see it scroll yet. Actually, I just thought about, I want to add another line of text below this long text that's exactly 80 characters, because there's an edge case there. So I can do 0 times 80. Lol, get yeeted. Oh wait, is it supposed to be 78 key presses that doesn't make it scroll? Let me consult my spreadsheet that I said I wasn't going to need anymore. Okay, 79 should trigger a scroll, so 78 should not. You can do multiplication on strings in Python, yes. You can also do multiplication of lists in Python. But there's kind of an annoying thing with this. So let's say we have a list that contains a list, and we multiply that by 50. Let's just multiply by 5. So we get a list that has 5 lists in it. But if you append to the first one, it's actually a shallow copy, so it appends to all of this. So all of these lists are actually the same list, which is like a super gotcha. And so like you can't really do like you can do this nicely because this is a constant here, but you have to, if you want to do this properly, you would have to do this, which is a little bit ugly. It makes sense, yeah. It's just kind of annoying. You can also multiply tuples. What else can you multiply? I don't think you can multiply sets. Or at least it makes no sense to multiply a set. Even though it's a container type. You can't multiply dictionaries either. Is whack a good thing or a bad thing? It depends. Can you multiply numbers though? I don't know. Yes, you can. I guess order of operations, that makes sense. These are complex numbers, which I think I've used complex in Python once, and ended up factoring out the code because it was too complicated. But yes, you can multiply strings. It's actually, like, a lot of times it's pretty convenient to be able to multiply strings. But I don't know. It's one of the things that I miss when I go to other languages. Like, doing the same string multiplication in C++ is kind of annoying. And people criticize JS for being awful. Yeah. I swear I have Node installed. Yeah. Well, in Node you can do, like, if you multiply a string, you get, like, not a number. It lets you multiply a string, it's just nonsense. You can add a string, and you can subtract a string, but it also becomes not a number. JavaScript. Right, so I forget, did the test pass? I wasn't paying attention. Okay, it passed. Then we want to press right one more time. want to make the exact same file, just so that, oops, just so I can also play along, I guess. Babi F2. Okay, so we press right. Oh, this is nano. My alias strikes again. Okay, so this is Babi now. Press it 78 times. Nope, 78 times. And the 79th time, it should scroll over. That's Java, yeah. Having n ways to do everything. I mean, there's kind of n ways to do things in Python as well, and they keep adding more ways. Like, string formatting is one where it's just like, why are there so many of them? Because there's first you can do like, let's say x is 5. You could do foo plus stir x. You can do concatenation. There's percent format. There's percent format without the tuple. There's dictionary percent formatting. There's string.template. This how it works? Temple dot substitute x equals x. Yeah, so there's string.template. Then there's dot format. There's also numbered dot format, which is obsolete in Python 2.7 plus unless you need to repeat. Then there's named dot format, and then finally there's f strings. But like, all these different ways just to do string formatting is kind of nuts. I don't know why they haven't deprecated this one yet, because it seems like the worst of the, or at least it seems the clunkiest of all of them. Although I imagine there's some like high performance Python which optimizes string.template into something that's fast, but the thing, I guess. But for Python, there's usually one way that you're supposed to do something and not n equal ways. Yeah, that's fair. Oh, your name is Fair You. That's even better. Yeah, that's fair. There's often lots of ways to do stuff in Python, though. And in some cases, it's not always that obvious which one is the best way, but, you know. What's up, UC Sivacho? How's your Saturday going? Yeah, madness. String formatting. I think string formatting is probably the worst of this. This, like, many ways to do stuff in Python. I guess there's always the, like, filter versus list comprehension versus for loop. That one's kind of bad, too. And not as obvious when you should pick one over the other. Although, like, I will never use map filter reduce, but, I don't know. Sometimes list comprehension, sometimes for loops. It's going pretty well here. Went for a run this morning. A little tired because of it, because, I convinced myself at the 3.5 mile point that I should go 10 miles, but then I should not have gone 10 miles because I was too tired by the end. It was a struggle to finish, but I got there in the end, I guess. Okay. Press right one more time, and we should see this text. And the cursor position should be, I forget if this is XY or YX. I think it's YX, so it should be 0, 1, 2, and 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think, hopefully. We should also insert this text at the end.
So in the same way, in the intervals between this year's leaves, last year's
trying to make a site that has static performance but WordPress accessibility for novice users. I want to cry. That sounds like a lot of work, Knowledge. You could do something like have... Oh, how would you want to do that? You could make something that generates a static front end but has some write portions, and like they just write out the whole web page when they're done, and then you just serve static files. I've done that with a couple of things before, and I've worked on a project that works well with that approach. The project is called Done PyPI. It's a PyPI that's entirely based on static files, unlike production PyPI, which is like this complex pyramid application with I think 2 databases and like a whole bunch of other stuff. Although this version of PyPI cuts a bunch of corners, but it's pretty cool, so you should check it out. The rant about static files and why you should use Done PyPI. Yeah. But like, I've been trying to get us to switch to this at work because our current PyPI has some severe scaling issues. Well, we also have some really dumb packages. Like we have this package called IDL, which is basically a mono repo for any interface definition at Lyft. And so like we have hundreds of services, and each service has its own models, but basically every model for every service lives in this giant monorepo. And anytime anyone changes anything in this monorepo, it builds a new Python package. And so we're at version like, I think I have a number. I think we're at like version like 5400. But we're using PyPI Cloud, which where's that number? Slackbot? Is that what it told me? Yeah, okay, no, we're on version 5100. Off by a little bit, but oh, it was just like PyPI Cloud kind of grinds to a halt when you have more than like 100 versions of something. And we're approaching like TCP timeout time, or like Pip's timeout, because Pip's default timeout is 15 seconds, which like there's no excuse for serving a page in greater than 15 seconds, but the IDL page takes like 14.5 seconds, and so sometimes it flips over just based on standard deviation, and you get a timeout in Pip, which is broken. But I'm trying to get us to switch off of this because not very. Dump PyPI, static files, pretty good. Tried to update drivers in Ubuntu and I literally destroyed my exporting bridge. Oh no. Yeah, I don't like to play games with drivers because I too break things all the time. Yeah, okay, so we should be able to insert this. And actually, I want to scroll one more time because that was where we were having trouble with the scrolling behavior before. But let's make sure this passes first. Does not. Okay, yeah, I got the XY mixed up. So this is one of the things that I really don't like about cursors, is that, or at least the Python API for cursors. I don't know if it's the cursors API or the Python API. Well, this is the tutorial. I don't want the tutorial. I want the actual module. So all of the functions in cursors take positions in y, x instead of x, y. And as you can see here, I'm very confused about it because I made my API x, y because that's what makes sense to me. Curses. Need some help with Django though. I haven't worked with Django in quite a while. The last time I worked with Django was in 2011-ish? Python 2.4? I probably don't have... I probably can't help you there. I mean, I could probably figure it out, but I'm in no way an expert on it. My cousin mentioned to me form sets, but I'm not familiar with it. Django form sets. A form set is a layer of abstraction to work with multiple forms on the same page. Oh, so you can basically like compose forms, I guess. Oh, I wrote a library that's almost exactly like this. Oh, what did I call it? I never finished it because it was kind of a bad idea. No, I used it in this thing. Oh yeah, I never finished it. I just have a commit called immutability. Oh, I added slots. Okay. In 2013, I stopped working on it. This was supposed to be a Minecraft server manager, but I never finished it, probably because I spent so much time on this like stupid form builder thing. It was kind of cool though. Like you, I don't even remember how it worked. Oh yeah, it was based on PyQuery. So you would make subform elements and they would render themselves and like build up. I don't even. Object property, that can't be. When you have a class named object property, you know it can't be good. Dotted path to property. Why does this look like Java? Why did I do this? Also, I'm pretty sure this is Python 2. But why do I have a blank line at the beginning of the file? I remember why. I used to like having a blank line at the beginning of the file, and I don't know why. I don't know why I would put a blank line at the beginning of the file, but I did it like every single file. Yeah, like this one has it too. Makes no sense. Oh, that was the thing. It was based on JSON schema. Huh. Kind of clever. I never finished it. It was never a good idea. And I've put it into my Ace Atelier archive, so I'm never gonna work on it. 2.4 life, yeah. Look at the regret on his face. Yeah. Yeah. It was a different time. But I think I eventually got this thing kind of working. This was a real old version of precommit called precommit.py, which apparently worked in Python 2.6. I don't know why I was developing this on a machine that was running Python 2.6. That makes almost no sense to me. This would have been not that year. Maybe I just vendored the same file everywhere. 2013. Python 2.7 release date. 2010. So that would have made it into Ubuntu 12.04. So I should have been running Python 2.7. Maybe I was still running Lucid at that point. Darker times. Anyway, I don't know anything about forums or Django anymore. So, sorry, a bit of a tangent. Right, so now we want to scroll again. So we've already done this scroll, which should put us at this position. And then how many rights do we have to press to get to here? I don't want to count it. Let's just guess, and then I'm not test-driven developing here. I'm writing a characterization test, so this is not great testing practices. But let's see, for underscore in range. Well, we want to go to the end, but the end -1, and we already are at position 7. So I'm gonna guess we need to go 70. It should be 72, right? That's what we determined in our math here. Oh, I closed it. Oh, well. So we should still see this. In theory. And the answer is no. try 71.
We can also solve our problems with the same thinking we used when we created them.
Okay. And then we need to press right once more. And then we should see this text. And I think that'll conclude the scrolling tests here. And we can start improving stuff. The Reels asks, Anthony writes code. Have you ever listened to Alan Watts? I have not, but I know what you're referencing because it is in this song, if I remember right. But I have not listened to Alan Watts. But I know what you're talking about. Because someone else in chat asked the same thing, because I listen to the same playlist all the time. Why have we stopped playing music? Why is it silent? Oh, the end of this song is just quiet. But yes, I understand what you're getting at. But no, I haven't listened to Alan Watts at all. Okay, so I think this that's fine for handling the scrolling at size 80, but we need to figure it out for smaller screen sizes now, which will handle this to-do that I have here. Right now we've picked a margin, but we need that margin to scale based on the screen size. And I don't know how it's going to work for like screen size of 1. Control B, yeah, there we go. Yeah, because right now we divide by 0 when we go past that. Oh, that's a different error. Yeah, but it's based on this margin size here, so I really want some factor that gets me to like 6, I guess? So like 1/12 of the screen size maybe is a good number to be there. Maybe that will do it. See if this still like feels right. Kind of. It still works. Does Nano do it the screen size? First scroll. Puts me. Oh, Nano still does, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. Nano still does the full 6 width there. Let's shrink this down. Still doing the 6 width there. Oh, even. I don't know that I like that behavior. Now it's going 1 character at a time. That's interesting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Maybe I should do it that way? Let's implement the nano behavior, and then see how that works. this should still scroll by 6. Does 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But if we make it really small, now we scroll by 1 character. If we make it really small, I don't think I can make it 1 character wide. Oh, I probably can. Let's see if I remember the split command. HT0. Try that. It crashed. What crashed though? Oh, that's annoying. I guess we'll need to specially handle windows of width 1. But let's do a test. Let's write a test for width 5, I guess, because that's slightly below our window size. Sorry. Just got an email on a mailing list that was like, I wrote a new test framework, and I was like, why would you do that? But I'm not gonna answer that mailing list because I don't really like posting to mailing lists because they're kind of a pain in the butt. So dev test horizontal scrolling. Arrow window. And this is kind of weird, so I like to explain it every time. There's this odd bug with, well, I don't know if it's a bug. It's probably a bug. With debuggers on Python, if you set a breakpoint in the last line of a block, it'll show your execution after the block has exited. So if I put a pass statement after it, it won't do that. Like if I do pytest test, arrow window, and I don't have a syntax error. Probably not enough parentheses, if I had to guess. Oh, the window is too narrow, so it doesn't show the header. We have to actually do resize. Well, this is a little sneaky. I'm not sure whether I like this. Because all my other tests use almost exactly the same pattern. Yeah, I think I don't like that. It's shorter, but it's harder to reason about. So we'll cut that out. But yeah, here's what I was talking about. Like it put the breakpoint at the pass line, even though the breakpoint is one line before there. And if I guess I'll just show you it being broken. Yeah, so it's in the exit line of context loop, which is like useless. But if I do up, it's at the right place. But let's just easier to do this and not worry about traversing those frames. What happened here? Import error. sys.metapath is none. Python is likely shutting down. Okay. Problem is I don't know how to type this character, so I have to keep copying and pasting it. If you press right 1, 2, 3 times? And then it shouldn't change, but if we... Oops. What is going on there? So 3 times it shouldn't change. And if we press it again... we should see... this text now. And then how many times do we have to press right to get to... How many times do we have to press right to get to the place where it actually looks at, oh, I crashed bash. Amazing. Add array subscript. That's not good. So we have to get to width 5. That's width 5, and so we press right 3 times, does nothing. Press right a 4th time, we should get to this. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 times, and we get to here. Oh, we should assert the cursor position as well. So position 3 on line, the second line of the output. I think. Yeah, that sounds right. Let's see what PyTest has to say. That works, but we need to try it at a 1 width window, I guess. Oh, Twitch is giving me a network error. Is the stream up? Seems to be working. I don't know why Twitch is mad, but oh well, not my problem. Well, it is my problem because it's probably me dropping frames. What does it say about stream health? Excellent. No recommended changes. Lies. My internet is still acting up. My landlord's son is supposed to come by today and look at electrical something or another, but he hasn't texted me. Oh, maybe he did. I have an unread message. Oh, it's Claire. Yes, it is actually me coding Claire. Okay, so we need to do a test at size 1. Test window width 1. I don't even know what the right behavior at width 1 is supposed to be, but I basically want it to start and not crash, I guess is the answer here. What's up, Sandlordium? Haven't seen you in a while. How's your Saturday going? And Lynn543, thank you for the follow. Hope your Saturday's going well, or Sunday, or whatever day of the week it is for you. I mean, I would hope it would either be Saturday or Sunday, unless you're a serious time traveler. Which, I don't think that's possible, but... So that should make the window size 1. Pretty good. Started school again though. Oh, I guess it is like back to school time. End of August. I don't really miss, well, I miss parts of school. Like I miss being able to meet lots of people all the time. But I don't miss the school parts of school. I guess work is kind of like school, but you meet the same people all the time. I guess work is like high school. Which works on way too many levels, unfortunately. This is what crashed it before. It still crashes it. So it's crashing in the move. I guess my guess is that I need special handling for X or the X position when the window is size 1. Like it should probably always be 0. Let's make that exception easier to understand. Line 241. -1. Well, that's nonsense. I guess I can just... Now that I think about it, I don't even think the H is going to appear here. I think we're going to see this character or this character. Probably this character. Cursor X. So X is 0 at that point. Line X is somehow -1. X plus 1 is less than... Oh, so it's falling into this branch. Special case, curses.calls being 1, and return X. Let's try that. It didn't crash. It's rendering one character over there. And you can scroll through it, I guess. How do we show that it's scrolling now? I guess we can press right a few times and then resize the window. Let's try that. Reasonable. Let's see if that test passes. Nope. Oh, we don't even get to see the stack trace there. Because it's one character wide. Add W stir, returned error. Where do we call add W stir? Color test, that's not relevant. Oh, the header. I wonder if I change that to inst stir, if that fixes it. So that means the window is too short and too small. So if we make this too small, well, it needs to be big enough to show the header. And then we get the crash. Cool. But I think if I just switch it to instir instead of addstir, which is what I've been doing for everything else, then it won't crash like that. There's no crash. Still crashed. Dang it, I got rid of the stack trace. Sure. Why does it say addstir? How's the color test? I edited the wrong function. Are you building your own tmux? Not quite. I'm building my own text editor. I'm building my own text editor. It doesn't edit text right now, but that's hopefully what will get done by the end of today. And I'm using tmux to debug it because it makes it easy to resize windows. I don't use tmux and I don't have any interest in writing my own tmux, but also I think writing a terminal multiplexer is much harder than writing a text editor. At least I think so. Because you essentially have to write like shell management, and I have no interest in doing that. I guess it wouldn't be that hard, it's just PTYs and curses. Although I'm struggling with curses right now, just my text editor, but... Okay, so that's not what I wanted. Oh, shift. That's what it is. We should be able to shrink this down now. And then shrink it vertically. And Tmux doesn't let us go to 1 by 1, but well, using the arrow keys I can't go by 1 by 1. I saw curses and that's why I thought it was some Tmux thing, but then I understand. Thanks for the clarification. Yeah, actually I'm using Tmux to test it, which is pretty cool. Not just interactively testing, but I'm using this library called Ekate, which is pretty neat. It basically spins up a Tmux server in the background, and you can, I mean, it hasn't been updated in a while, so I'm using a fork of it. But it spins up Tmux in the background, and you can interact with it basically the same way as like Selenium. So you can see like some of my tests here. Babi test. Like the test I'm working on right now writes out a text file that has hello in it. We open this up and resize the window to size of width 1 and height of 24. Then we wait for the scroll text to appear. Then we press right a couple times. Wait for the full. We end the resize and wait for the full text to appear, and then assert the position. But and in theory, the test should pass now. I built my own text editor with tkinter. Interesting. I put my assertions the wrong way. I'm out while waiting for this to appear. What did it do? Oh, we got this character instead. Not what I expected. Oh, I guess it is. Let me switch to this window. That's fine. No one in their right mind is actually doing serious development in a 1 by 1 window. I just want to make sure that it doesn't crash. So either behavior is fine. I have not worked with TK other than a little tiny confirm window that I wrote once. And I don't know. TK is something that I haven't learned yet. But before this project, I hadn't learned curses either. But I think curses, to me at least, is a little bit more valuable, maybe. That's why I'm doing it. Okay. Surely this test will pass now. Oh, thank goodness. Cool. But yeah, I guess now I can look at the test coverage and see if there's any of the new code that I wrote that isn't covered by tests, and then try and write tests for those. It should be covered, because I think I've covered all the scenarios. Famous last words. Let's see. 165. Yeah, that one's fine to ignore. 211. .211 is never hit. We never have a scenario where the line does not extend, or oh right, we didn't finish testing that scenario. We don't have a scenario where we've scrolled to the end of the line and only part of the line is rendering on the page, but we've padded the rest with white space. So oh, we tested... Wait a minute. Okay, we've tested a line that's not scrolled that's left justified, but not that one. That's fine. I actually intended to write a test for that. Anyway. I haven't implemented all of my navigation yet, so it's gonna be kind of clunky. It's like I intended to make this second line 80 zeros, so that I could go to the 79th one and it would scroll. But I think it might be better to write it as a separate test. Just write out a file that has 80 zeros in it. Wait for some zeros. Press right 78 times. We'll have your stream on in the background while I hack away on my own stuff. Cool. Sounds good. I've heard that I make soothing background noise, so it's all good. Apparently, some of my former coworkers at Yelp put up my stream in the background. Apparently, some people at Lyft just like put it on the TVs and just like have it running all the time, which is a little bit weird to me. But yeah, oh, it's an ASMR stream now. Yeah. Oh, we've done that before, where I seductively read code to people, which no one needs to hear. No one needs to hear that. There's probably a clip of it. /clips is /clips. Oh right, when I gave dating advice. Wait, what was my dating advice? I don't remember this. You a polar maybe. Wait, we can't hear. Yeah, I'm gonna send you a. Oh, this is when I was talking about pull requests. Right. Top of all time. Where is the ASMR one? Probably in here somewhere. Oh, it's this one. Is it this one? os.sysconf left parentheses single quote sc. No, I was just reading code here. Underscore max single quote right parentheses. It's not that one, but I was reading code there. Shoot. I don't know, but outdated version. I disagree. I definitely need to hear that. Just lean into my microphone. We can talk about these test cases here. That's not happening. It's definitely not happening. Wait, outdated version. You gifted subs, but you're not a sub yourself? Seems odd to me. Let's see. We should not expect this to have scrolled yet, so we want await text missing this. Shrugs, yeah. It's all good. Gift subs are good too. Then we should press right one more time. Press it 78 times. I guess we can assert the position here. '78 and line 1. Let me press right one more time, and we should see this text. cursor should be at 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Slight ASMR. I'm a little sad if no one clipped the old one, because the old one was pretty good. But I'm sure it'll happen again. I'm sure you guys will convince me to ASMR it up. Okay, does that is our test coverage that we're looking for? Okay, we're missing 245 to 246. That's fine. 240, no, 245. Oh, right. Debug code. Okay, so now we should have basically full coverage except for that one line 165, which I don't plan on testing because we eventually will delete the color test when I implement syntax highlighting, if that ever happens, if I don't burn out on this damn project. Okay, so that implements horizontal scrolling, so now we're going to try and implement text editing, which is going to be the first time that my text editor is actually a text editor. Get pull this, and then get merge. Fast forward only. Push that up. And then we're going to talk about how I'm going to try and implement editing. Because I don't quite know how that's going to work. I suspect the way it's going to work is... this is Nano, not Babi. Like, as I get key presses, so I guess open up Babi. As I get key presses, right now it's detecting them, so we know that the key has been pressed. And we know the position in the line, so I think for now I'm just going to insert strings, or yeah, insert characters into the string for that line. The tough part, or I guess the slow part, is that inserting characters into a string repeatedly is kind of slow, but if I need to optimize it, I'll optimize it later. Let's do def test text editing. h.press. Hello. That work? That's what we're gonna try and get working. We'll type hello world and we'll expect to see hello world. If it's not defined, right. Okay. Unknown key D. That's what we kind of expected to see because I know it's not implemented. So press A. Let's see what we get in the debugger. Press A. And we have a stir. I think if we get a stir, then we know it's a character that's been pressed. Hey, what's up, Savano? How's your Saturday / Sunday going? Hopefully it's going well. Mine's going well. And thank you for the follow. I don't know if the follow happened first or second, but thank you nonetheless. It's going great. That's good. I mean, of course it's going great. You're watching my stream. So I think we can just do if is instance wch stir user. Then we know they typed text. Yes, I'm watching you. It's going well. I went for a run this morning. A little tired from that, but I'm working on my text editor right now, and I'm trying to implement text editing. Is tricky, but I think we'll be able to get there. We need to know what line number we're on. We need to know yeah, feel free to ask questions. Hey, what's up, OX hash? It's going pretty well. I got my horizontal scrolling working. No, feel free to ask questions. Questions are great. I like answering questions. I have ADHD, so it's easy to get distracted anyway. Should we have a breakpoint already? We can look at position dot file line and position dot x, and that'll tell us where we need to insert characters. So say x. This is how we can insert into a string, I guess. Cool. Lines position dot file line equals something like this. And then we set modify to true. Isn't that simple? Kind of. Except I need to also increment the position when that happens. So I have a method for that, right? F right. Position dot right. Margin lines. That should allow me to type, I guess. OX hash asks, what are you using for breakpoints? I'm using this cool library called Python Remote PDB. It's basically PDB over a raw socket. And the way I have it set up is I have these two scripts here. Debug attach, this is how I attach to the debugger. So I'm using RL wrap, that'll give me arrow keys in the debugger, and then I'm just telnetting to localhost on this port. And then debug babi sets Python breakpoint to remote pdb.setTrace. It also sets the host that it's connecting to, the port, and it sets it to quiet. By default, Remote PDB used to, I added this feature, it used to print some stuff out, but Remote PDB quiet makes it not print stuff out. And yeah, that's how I'm using the debugger there. Bonus says, I'm trying to write some data science text to text scripts in Python. Basically, they're importing some text and then processing them and then exporting as text variants. Now I need to merge them. I want to use my old scripts and the new ones. Maybe some R and Python together. Well, at least for Python, you can probably import. You can put your code into like a shared library and import across boundaries and like reuse code that way. I'm not so familiar how to integrate between R and Python. I know you can use RScript to run R code, but then like you'd have to manage like sub processes and do some other stuff like that. Yeah, I don't quite know how you would do that, but like I'd imagine you can probably get by with sub process and importing, or you could write shell scripts to run all of them, something like that. You're even writing tests here. Maybe not TDD approach. People tend to not write tests. Technically, it's TDD. Like, I wrote a test first. I just haven't been running the test. I've been interactively playing with it. It's like, it's slightly faster to do it that way. Oh no! I can't quit anymore. Why can't I quit anymore? That's not good. I can crash it. I didn't think it would be... I didn't think it would be a stir. Really? That seems weird to me. Oh, right. I didn't run the debugger. Testing, debug, babi. So I typed Control X, and we attach. Ooh. How do I know whether it's a key or not? I guess I could reorder the if statements. It's kind of annoying though. We'll reorder the if statements. Even though this is going to be the most common one, so it's a little annoying, but we want to be able to quit. That's pretty important. Can I make this fit on one line? The answer is yes. And so now I should be able to edit text. Oh, I can't press backspace. Alright, let's write a test for backspace first. Well, let's first validate that the actual test works. And that the other tests don't fail. Oh, these are probably the status ones. Yeah, I'm making a text editor, Savano. Yeah, so it's now seeing Control J. I don't know that it's actually going to be good. I have like high hopes for it, but right now it doesn't even edit text, so I have a long way to go before it's actually good. How do I detect no more Vim? Well, for me, it's gonna be no more Nano. That's the goal. Fuck. How do I know whether it's? How do I know whether it's a key press or a command? Is the hard problem, or the thing that I don't know. How to detect typed text versus hotkey in curses. How to disable Chrome's obnoxious Control-Shift-Q shortcut. Playing the key if echo has been called earlier. You can optionally specify a coordinate. Get key does the same but converts the integer to a string. Individual characters are returned as one character strings, and special keys return longer strings such as a key name. Maybe I should use get key? Is there a get key equivalent for wide characters? UN version 3.3. Seems no. See if we can look at how get key is implemented, maybe? Oh, it's in a lot of files. That's docs. This is test. Get key. Get a character string from the terminal keyboard. Oh, it calls wgetch. Int group right 1. It sounds like I should use get key if it works. Where do you get reference from? Curses get key. We need a good looking one. I don't want to be tired after all. I don't know that my editor is gonna look good. I'm mostly gonna be like, well, it's not gonna look good for a while. I need to do syntax highlighting after I make text editing work properly. But I also need to not have my tests be broken. Get key. Group right 1 equals 1. It only uses WCH. Did I read that wrong? I hope I read that wrong. Because it seems to only pass. Oh, it's using wgetch in both cases. wgetch. I think we need to switch this to get key. Not Picroa says, I do all my Python coding in actual paper. Which is none, because I don't do any Python coding. I do all my Python coding in IntelliJ. Yeah, PyCharm's pretty good. And real IntelliJ. Also good. I don't have key name anymore. So let me see what I get for Control X, I guess. It's annoying. I think that's what I need to do. So this would be length 1 if it's not a command. But I need a special case so the commands appear. Or it expected a character, but a string of length 8 found. Oh, somebody actually has an executable called Q. That's annoying. And that's what I want to do to get it back to where it was before. These will not be handled. Oh, that's obnoxious. I feel like I should be able to figure this out just from the... Oh, this is exactly the same code as before. If the return value is less than 0, add 256 to it. Okay. But otherwise it just calls key name on the return value. If CT equals key code yes, then it should be an integer. I think we'll switch back to this. That'll maybe do it. Now we're checking if it's a string and it's printable. Why did I screw that up? Yes, undo that. Okay, hierarchy's working in. Oh, screwed something up. How did I? Oh, I'm using the wrong line offset. I should be using cursor line apparently. I should have written a test for that before I fixed it. Let me not do that first. PyCharm and IntelliJ is kind of the same ID, same Python plugin. It's just that IntelliJ can do Java and other languages, and I'm too lazy to switch IDEs. Yeah, that's fair. I used to do the same when I used IntelliJ at Yelp, although that was before PyCharm existed. But also I switched between JavaScript and Python a lot, so it was useful there. Can't invest in tons of keyboard shortcuts. I'm a brainlet. The only one I memorize is Command-Shift-P, which is the which opens drop down on VS Code, and then I write paste in it. Isn't that fuzzy file binding? Or is that Control-Shift-O? Command-Shift-O? I don't know. Oh, it's the wrong directory. Let's try that as a test. Should fail. Oh, there's a whole bunch of new lines. So it should fail, because it wrote the text to the first line, but it should have written it to the last line. So now if we fix it, still didn't work. Why not? I type hello world, and I press down. Oh, it doesn't let me press down. Oh, right. I need to do the whole, like, line fix-up thing. That's right. So if we insert text on the last line of the file, we need to add a blank line at the end of the file. we inserted text on the last line of the file, blank, then we need to add a new blank line at the end of the lines. If position.cursor line is equal to the length of lines -1, then lines.append empty string. So now we should be able to press down and then type by. And the test should pass. Sweet. So now let's make backspace work. So backspace does not work yet. Elif key is equal to curses.key backspace. Oh, there's a lot of tricky stuff here, because if we backspace at the beginning of the line, we gotta join two lines together. I guess that's not so hard. But if we backspace at the beginning of the file, it should do nothing, right? Yeah. Oops. Okay, if position.cursor_line is equal to 0 and position.x is equal to 0, we do nothing. Backspace at the beginning of the file does nothing. Elif position.x is equal to 0 at the beginning of the line, we join the current line and the previous line. We need to figure out whether we're at the... I think we need to determine whether we're at the end of the file or not, because if you... Like, I don't want to break this invariant here. Actually, we can simplify this. If lines -1 does not equal empty string. If we're at the beginning of the line, then we need to join lines.pop, not lines.poop. Dang it. Solid typo there. I should really be writing tests for these before I do all this. Yeah, let's TDD this. Fine. So let's test backspace at beginning of file. Actually, don't need this all. Victim, yes. We're gonna pop that line out. Technically the line doesn't go away, so maybe victim's not the best name. But I like that naming for whatever reason. It literally wrote the word backspace. That's not what we want. Send backspace key tmux. B space. That's the problem with now that it renders text. Now that it renders text, now that we can edit text, anything that I typo in this will be a command, will not necessarily be a command. Okay, cool. So it should do nothing successfully. Well, the problem is I don't know how to make a failing assertion for that. Oh, I guess we could do. Because it should have shown unknown code, so I didn't comment on enough code. Yeah, so we should not see this. And we should assert that we get no text as a result. That should at least fail the assertion. Yeah, because we got unknown key. How about while waiting for unknown key to disappear? And if we uncomment this, that'll make the test pass. Cool. So that's our first bit of code. Technically that is the same code. But now we need to do line joining. Test backspace joins lines. Down, and press backspace, and then we should see foobar instead of foo and bar. Now, if I remember right, this munges white space, so maybe this assertion will already pass, and then we'll have to assert in a different way. Yeah. Is there a way to make it not munge text? This is a better question, I guess. Ekate will haunt you! Yeah, so here's where it just replaces all the new lines, which is not good. I want it without this. can just copy paste this code and fix it. Hey, what's up, Bix Plays? So we already have a stolen implementation of this. We can just drop this in there. I slept in way too late, that's what's up. Well, welcome to the stream. I got up way too early, which is what's up. I'm not waiting for text. We like single quotes here. Copied from the base implementation, but doesn't munge new lines. It's almost 1:30 and I'm just getting up. Ah, I see you're also in the same time zone as me. Okay, so let's see if that breaks other tests. The answer is yes. The answer is very much yes. That's annoying. Alright. Just got too many tests. Timeout is not defined. Oh right, we need to actually take their function signature. Push an update to my game last night. Nice. Yeah, typos are annoying. I feel ya. Okay, cool. This is the test. We expected this test to fail. And now our await text is less error prone, I guess. Oh, I forgot to get rid of this. Why does this one... Oh. That's why it doesn't fit on the line, because, different exception type. What was your, game update, Vix Plays? Okay, so this is now a failing test. Backspace. And then once it fails, we can fix the code. Oh, we already wrote the test. I already started writing the code. Victim lines. Oh, we gotta do all sorts of wacky positioning here. Because we have to press up, which could also trigger a scroll. Oh, this is harder than I thought. What the fuck? This is so tricky. We press up, which will trigger a scroll. We need to set the X position. And we need to join the line. I guess it's not that bad. gonna set this after, just so don't. Oh. I want to set this after so that we keep as many of the invariants as possible, and so we're only interacting with the code in a way that's reasonable. So now we should be able to do position dot up and then position dot x equals, and this needs margin lines. I think that's right. We probably need to add some assertions to this to like make sure it's correct. I guess we can test it. Or not test it, we can I actually can't press enter. Oh, that didn't work. Oh, this is out of order, that's why. So foo, bar, and then backspace. Hey! Oh, that's broken. We gotta fix that. But, so we should assert the position here. Get cursor position is equal to x of 3 and y of 1. To do, what if we're at the end of the file? That's exactly what is buggy. Because if you saw what I did there, we typed something. Oh, I can't press back. I can't do normal backspace. But if I press backspace here, I can no longer press the down key, which breaks my invariant that this always has to be true. But I think I can just copy and paste this. We deleted the last line of the file. Blank. Then we need to add new blank line at the end. So we should probably make a function for that. Store UF invariant lines. The file lines will always contain a blank empty string at the end to simplify rendering. This should be called whenever a line may be modified, or whenever the end of the file might change. If lines -1 is not equal to empty string, lines dot append empty string. And we can actually use that here. Store lines UF invariant lines. But I should write a test for it first. Test backspace at end of file does not still allows scrolling down. h.press down, h.press b space, h.press down, insert. The cursor position should be 0 and line 2. The update was that I added the hub/level select area as well as a third level. Nice. Also, I rearranged levels in the hub to be more of a gradual difficulty. Nice, yeah. You don't want to start with hard mode on the first level. Hey, what's up, Tati? How's your Saturday/Sunday going? Hope's going well. I'm doing exciting things. I'm now able to edit text with my text editor. I'm working on. Oh, we broke one of the earlier tests. Oh, I see. If we open an empty file, that crashes. If not lines or... Okay, cool. We can open an empty file again. Yeah, so this is the thing that we're trying to fix. We do that, and our test should pass. Yeah, sweet. So all that's left is now to do backspace on normal characters. Good, I learned to use Neuroff, and I'm very excited. I don't know what that is. I will Google it. Oh, it's a Java neural network. Cool. What are you doing with your neural network? I don't know fuck all about neural networks. We have a broken image here. I don't need Java. Are you able to edit your text editor with your text editor yet? No, because I can't save and I can't backspace. But hopefully by the end of this... Well, actually, I mean, like, I can open it. This is Babi opening Babi. And I can write text into it. But most of the useful things aren't implemented. Like, I can't press enter. Apparently controlled... Oh, that's gonna be a problem. Why is Control J the same as enter? I don't know how I'm gonna tell those apart. I wonder how Nano does it. Because Nano knows the difference. If I press enter, I get this, but if I Control J, I get unbound key. So somehow I need to differentiate those, but I don't know how to do that. Test backspace deletes text. So we press right 3 times. 1, 2, 3, and then we delete. We should have let's do this instead. 1, 2, 3, and then we delete. We should have oh hi instead of oh hi. And the position should be line 1 at position 0, 1, 2. 2, 1. Hey, what's up, Tell You? Yo, man, what are you programming? I've got this cool command that shows you what I'm working on today. But I'm working on a text editor that's currently called Babi, and I'm working on implementing the editing portion. I did horizontal scrolling, or I finished up the horizontal scrolling earlier today, which, if you do this, you can see you can scroll to the right, and it works and stuff. Playing my music. But that's what I finished up this morning, or earlier, and now I'm working on actually being able to edit stuff. So you can type text, and you can press backspace and it will delete lines, and you can press backspace and it'll do nothing at the end of the file and at the beginning of the file. But yeah, that's what I'm working on. Yes, that's what Babi is. Babi is my text editor. Hey, what's up, August Cesar? Thank you for the follow. Your day's going well. But it can't write text, so it's Babi steps. And the backspace test is not completed yet, so need to do that. Sorry, I was just thinking about stuff. Oh, we already did this to-do. And after backspace, I'll probably have to implement the enter key, and probably delete as well. Since it'll be pretty similar, I guess. Okay, otherwise, we're deleting a character. So, we need to do... Dang it. Too long. If I F-string it, does it get shorter? No, it's longer. Remember that delete has to delete characters in front of it and backspace characters behind it. Well, the other way around, but yeah. Yes, you're completely right. Position dot left margin lines. Oh, I've already set modified. Let's make sure that we see that text in these modified cases. So we should not have modified that one. We should have modified this one. Oh, but the problem is we type some text first, so that's not a great regression test. Oh, this one we don't. We write out a file. Okay. So let's see if modified. This one will show up as modified even though it isn't. Oh, Nano's smart. Nano doesn't know that. Nano knows it's not modified. Shoot. It's still not too late to name the project Nani. It's true, it's true, it's true. Yeah, I understand Bix Plays, yeah. You would get a bunch of anime avatars to contribute for free. Yeah. Nani? We have a good sock emoji for that at work. Grab that emoji. Assume it's stolen from someone's Twitch. I had to guess. This is Nani? That's the default zoom. But oh, so we have to detect when we're not modifying the last part of the file. So maybe I should do this differently. I'm modifying this test so it starts with a file, and then only when the backspace is pressed should it change the modification state. So it's not set modified yet, and run our tests. Do one at a time. Got too many friends here. First one passed. Why did the first one pass? Oh, backspace at the beginning file. Yeah, that one should have passed. Backspace joins lines. So I'm gonna set modified equals true here. But then we'll have to double check this. That's not right. Hey, what's up? Noi name Aquita? I'm sure that's very far off, but from correct. But thank you for the follow. So I'll need to double check that modified there, because I'm pretty sure that'll make one of the tests pass, but it'll make the next test fail. We started with one failed, one passed, so now we should have two passed, and this one should fail. Noi Name says, I like Python. Well, I like Python too. Python 3. I like Python as well. It's okay. It could be better, but I don't know, it gets the job done. If position at cursor line is less than the length of lines. I just scrolled all over the place. Deleting the fake end of file doesn't cause modification. Okay, I'm off by one. Now trying to read and edit memory using C types in the kernel. That doesn't sound fun. Python was Bixplay's first language. Nice. Why is Python so slow? I mean, it makes English was my second. That's funny. Why is Python so slow? Well, it depends on the implementation of Python. CPython's pretty slow, but PyPy is pretty fast. The problem with how Python works and why it's pretty slow is, how's the easiest way to show this? Let's just do a simple hello world function. The way Python works is it takes this code here and compiles this into a stack-based bytecode. And so this print hello world ends up being these opcodes. So first is load global, which grabs this. Load const. Oh, it optimized out my plus. Sneaky Python. So it has some peephole optimization. So it knew that this string concatenation is actually just one string at compile time. So it sneakily snuck that back together. Then it calls function, and then up top is oh, it deletes the return value, I guess. It's not assigned anywhere. And then loads the constant none and returns. But each of these opcodes is basically a loop implemented by the interpreter, and each time it has to run one of these, it has to like grab a bunch of state, run this little small function, and then restore that state. And it manages a stack for each function. And that's kind of slow. Like running individual opcodes, interpreting individual opcodes is kind of slow. And that's most of why CPython is slow. Yeah, if your code is slow, you can create a C or C++ extension for CPython. That actually makes things slower in PyPy, interesting enough. Ivana says, hello again, what's up with your editor? How does it look? We have some stuff working with it. You can now edit text, and you can backspace text. And you can backspace at the end of the file and like essentially do this, but you can't save, so even if you modify stuff, it doesn't mean anything yet. But I'm working on the nuances of backspace because I don't quite have it right yet, as we can see from our failing tests here. It's less than the length of lines. So if we deleted the last line, well, it's always going to be less than the length of line. It's less than lines minus 1. Oops, didn't mean to close that. Minus 1. Everyone loves those off by 1 errors. Okay, cool. That works now. And the next test should pass now. Should pass now. Why aren't you passing? Oh. We didn't write a file beforehand like we should have. I thought I had already fixed this test, but I guess not. Oh yeah, I can just use .write instead of write text. You could compile to C++ and then compile again to machine code. Yes, if you have something that will translate for you. But not all. I mean, it's often difficult to directly translate Python into C++, and so like there's some compilers, like I think it's called Nuitka. Oh no, I resized my VM. No. That doesn't break things. Nuitka. Nuitka is a thing that the overview. It is a compiler that takes Python code and converts it into a C++ extension. And so you could use this. The thing is, it doesn't support all of Python, and like there's certain magic that it could never support, like frame jumping or like stuffing globals or locals or all that other stuff. Like it can't support that, but you could do that. Yes, that's a thing. And I've used Nuitka before, and it's magic. It's great. Why did you use plus? Oh, I did plus just because I wanted it to show more bytecodes, but it didn't actually do what I intended. Where is that tab? I intended to have like I intended it to like use binary add. I wanted to demo like more things that were happening, but it turns out that this gets optimized to just a string literal, because it sees string literal plus string literal, and he pulls it down to just a single string literal. But that's why it was a mistake on my part. Is it open source so that stuff can be added? Yes, Nuitka is open source. Nuitka source. On GitHub, in fact. It has 2,200 stars. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Apparently does a bunch of optimization also. Alright, we didn't actually do the thing that I was going to do. Backspace is a little more complicated than I expected. It does pass now. Yay, okay, so now backspace and non-backspace work. Backspace, it makes the file edited. And deleting lines does... oh. But the scrolling cursor is wrong. So see how I press down, it should... When I delete this and press down, it should go to the end of the line, but right now it's going to be the beginning of the line because it didn't update the hint. Squads asks, does Python now support return types? I assume you're looking at my type annotations. And the answer is yes, it has annotations. They don't do anything at runtime. They're essentially just like fancy comments. But you can use tools like MyPy to validate that your types are correct. So you can see like you run MyPy over this and it checks the types. But if I were to break the types, let's say I made this return, let's say it returns stir. It doesn't, but you can see that now the type checker is like, oh, you done screwed up. Gives a bunch of errors. But yeah, that's what those are. They're new in Python. Well, annotations were added in Python 3.4, I think. Maybe earlier than that. I think earlier than that. They were added, I think, in just normal Python 3. Maybe 3.3. That was the first like reasonable version of Python 3. But in Python 3.5, they formalized type annotations, and so that's kind of the first version where it was really usable. Actually, 3.5.2 is the first version that it's usable. There's a broken typing module in 3.5.0 and 3.5.1, which has all sorts of headaches. But yeah, and MyPy's been around for a long time. There was like type comments before that, which were kind of clunky, a little bit gross, but they work pretty well. Noyname asks, why don't you use PyCharm? I've used PyCharm in the past. I find that it's easier for me to bounce around between a bunch of different projects when I use a terminal editor. And I'm also just faster at a terminal editor, and so I've stuck with that. I'm also using the worst terminal editor ever called Nano, which is it's another reason that I'm actually writing a text editor right now, is so that I can stop using Nano, because then you guys will stop making fun of me. Hey, what's up, Ramazan? Thank you for the follow. And you ask, what do you now? I assume you mean what do I do now, or what am I working on now? I'm working on a text editor. You can use the bang today command and it'll tell you what I'm working on. But Babi is a text editor that I'm working on. It does some stuff right now. Like this is the color test mode. It can open a file, you can navigate around the file. It knows about unknown keys, although I think I broke that. Oh no, I fixed it again. But yeah, that's Babi. Yeah, that's what I'm working on. I'm working on making text editing working right now. How is Babi more good? Babi is not more good yet. Babi is V bad right now. It doesn't do much at all right now. But this is what I'm working on right now, is making the editing and backspace work. Delete doesn't work yet. PDC. Delete character, maybe, I guess? And yeah, I don't have page up, page down working, for instance. I have arrow keys working. And horizontal scrolling is what I did earlier today. But, I don't know. I have a bunch of plans for how to make it more better in the future, but I haven't really implemented any of those yet. What was I doing though? I think am I done with backspace? I think I'm done with backspace. You run my test suite, make sure I haven't broken anything. As I definitely had broken something. I don't know, my eventual plan for Babi is it'll have like good syntax highlighting. It'll have the features of Nano that I use. I hope to add like tab completion and like Vim modes, so you can like run commands and stuff. Like better integrated linting, code formatting. I don't know. I have lots of ideas floating around. But my problem is I don't want to burn out on the project. Like I suspect that I'll get to like some hard blocker point where I just don't know how to do something, and it'll be like a lot of work to figure that out, and I hope to not get there too soon, I guess, but I don't know. I'm on a roll with this right now. I haven't, like, I almost got stuck on, like, the horizontal scrolling stuff, because that part was, like, pretty difficult, but I think this is a lot simpler. Yes. But yeah, that's Babi. Yeah, let's make, I guess I can commit now because the tests are passing, right? Let's double check that. Actually, I'm gonna no cover that line because then I can do fail under. Pragma, no cover, will be deleted. Oh, I do this in pre-commit. Oh, I just put this in there directly. Does it still work on PyPy? So the reason that I want to make sure that it works on PyPy is if I make my text editor too slow, I want to be able to use PyPy, which will hopefully make it not slow. Might just be like a quick way to optimize some stuff. Although it doesn't seem slow yet, so maybe I can keep it that way. Although right now it's a little bit janky. It currently re-renders the whole screen every time it runs. Or every time it paints, it re-renders everything. I'll be able to optimize that to just re-render the lines that change eventually though. Oh no, there's a failing test. Unknown key WD. Oh no! PyPy implements this wrong. No! Oh, that's annoying. So text editing does not work in... But at least I can report a bug report. How do I make a minimal test case though? Import curses. Curses.wrapper cmain. Get WCH. Third. I'll grab it first. That made a noise outside. That's why I'm making weird faces. Python 3. If we press it, we get that. But if we run it with PyPy 3, get an integer. Why is that different? And how do I work around it? Fuck PyPy. Oh, sarcastic Dante. I almost knew you were gonna say that. I hate Bitbucket. Oh, I don't even have my account here. Oh, now I do. Please wait. You must wait. Look, you can see how many times I've contributed to PyPy by the number of forks I have. Also, Bitbucket, why would you not put me on the page I was just on? Obnoxious. Which one of these icons is issues? This one. Why do I have so many email accounts? Oh, I guess I just showed you guys all my email addresses. Damn it. such is life. Not like you couldn't have found them anyway through other means. Let's see. I have one for my YouTube and Twitch, which is the Anthony Writes Code one. I have my personal email, which is the my one Gmail account that's at gmail.com. I actually have a bunch of other email addresses that I just don't use also. Then I have my work email, which is the @lyft.com one, and then I have my open source email, which is the Umish one. My version info. You have two. One for Hotmail to install Windows Subsystem for Linux. Nice. Okay, well, that's a little annoying, but I wonder if I can work around it. Actually, let's see how it's implemented in Pi. 3.6, which we can Is it in libpypy? I can never remember. Versus reimplementation of the standard extension module curses using CFFI. It WCH. Hey, what's up, Cloud Pro? Thank you for the follow. Yeah, so CPython does some other stuff there. Modules, curses module. And HidoNet, thank you as well for the follow. I have 3, says Master Tech, work, other, and personal. Yeah, I have work, other, personal, and then streaming. If CT equals key code, yes. Yeah, it doesn't even do any of that. CloudPro asks, how long have I been programming in Python? The first Python I wrote was in 2011. It was not very good Python. The first Python I wrote professionally was in 2012 when I worked at Yelp, and I've been writing it like on and off, but mostly on since then. Bix Plays is lurking and playing his game. All good. I make good background noise. What is lib here? WCH equals FFI new wide int t bracket 1. So I think I just need to do like key code yes. Actually, I bet I could edit the code live. How am I gonna do this though? Because I need to be able to use remote PDB. What is CT and RTN? Oh, let's see. E code, yes. Which seems not consistent, but whatever. Oh, I've clicked everything. Okay, we're back. Yeah, they just discard val here. Over here. Telnet 127.0.0.1 44885. Val is 0. Okay, so this is actually very easy to fix. If val is equal to lib dot, what was the constant? Key code yes. Return val, return WCH0. Otherwise, return care WCH0. Think that'll work? Curse's CFI has no function, constant, or global variable named key code yes. Where does this come from? Key code yes curses. It's in curses.h, why not? Oops. Functions read a character from the terminal associated with the current or specified window. If keypad is enabled, these functions respond to pressing of a function key. What does this do? Enable slash disable abbreviation of function keys. Keypad function equals keypad translation. If the terminal in use requires a... Oh, you guys can't read this. That's fine. If the terminal in use requires a command to enable function key... Oh, I don't know. Whatever. Okay, so why does curses not... Why does this FFI not have that? Oh, it's .so. That's not good. Find define symbols in .so. Hey, what's up, Vigo Master? Thank you for the follow. NM, maybe? I thought that's for .o files, though. Oh. Copy to globals. Where's all the key constants? Whatever this file is. Oh, that's sneaky. This is how it gets defined. It's not. I want to search in PyPy. I guess it doesn't have that attribute. I wonder if there's a function that also does this key code yes. Like curses is key code. Hmm. Oh, seems like it's probably not exported, and so that's the problem that we're hitting here. In PyPy, and I don't want to translate PyPy. But I can at least comment on the issue. Got it. Cool. Bye bye cursor, or bye bye Mercurial. Oh man, that's a big raid. Hey, what's up, Zorchenheimer? Thank you for the raid. 41 people. I guess I better show you guys what I'm working on. Hello, hello. That's a funny emoji. So I'm working on a text editor because I wanted to learn curses. It doesn't do very much yet, but it'll eventually be able to do more things. These are the things that it does so far. This is the demo of its color rendering. Just kind of to show that colors can be rendered. And it can open files, so it can open itself already. And doesn't have syntax highlighting, but you can scroll around in it. And some of the stuff that we finished polishing this morning was the horizontal scrolling. So if you go to the end of the line, it will it'll scroll that way. And the thing that I'm working on right now is text insertion and deletion. So you can type text and you can delete text, but you can't press the enter key. Oh wait, and I was supposed to fix a bug. Wait, what bug was that? Oh, I remember. If you delete a line right now and then press down, it should have retained the same vertical position, but I forgot to reset some state while doing that. So I gotta fix that bug. But also, I'm trying to make it work in alternate implementations of Python. So we're working on both CPython and PyPy, and I found a bug in PyPy, and I'm trying to fix it by just... Well, I don't know that I can fix it, but I'll at least write out a patch, a pseudo patch for it. And hopefully they'll be able to fix it. Manually writing a patch file. I'm not too familiar with CFI, but I assume it would be adding another constant to versus build. Oh, don't do that. Okay, but we're not gonna work on that. We're gonna pretend that. Oh yeah, it's self-hosted, kind of. I can edit text, but I can't write a file yet. So that part is gonna be another tricky thing to do. But eventually we'll be able to write a file. But it's somewhat self-hosted. Once I implement the saving functionality. But until then, I'm using my crappy text editor, which is Nano. Let me put this back. Ew, Nano. Yeah, that's the appropriate response. I do know how to use Vim. I'm just not as efficient at it. I say as I don't enter insert mode and then use the arrow keys to navigate around. But you know, baby steps. I know how to quit Vim. I can open babi in Vim. I know how to select a bunch of lines and do things like sort and whatever. I know some Vim. But yeah, I'm faster at Nano, so I've stuck with it. But I'm eventually writing my own text editor, so then people can stop making fun of me for using Nano. Art Clegane is watching from Brazil. Well, hello from San Francisco-ish area. Brazil, that's probably what, like 6 p.m. there? Don't mind the bot. The bot's just a troll. Right, but the kind of the cool thing about this text editor is I have a fully featured test suite for it. Using this library called Ekate. I don't know how to pronounce it, but that's what I'm going with. But what Ekate does is it opens up a tmux window in the background, and then you can just kind of interact with it. Similar to how you would test a website with things like WebDriver or Selenium. So let's write a test for what I wanted to assert here. Test pressing down after. Actually, I can probably just modify this test up here. Yeah. Yes, so we can probably put in a Baz here. Hey, what's up, R. Clegane? Thank you for the follow. Let's see, pressing down should retain the X position. So we can do like H dot press down, and then we can get the cursor position. And it should be the same X position, but a different Y position. And we're doing some solid TDD here. So it should fail this test, and then we'll make it pass afterwards. So you can see here it's resetting the X position where it shouldn't have. We're doing construction across the street, so if you guys hear some loud noises, that's what's going on. All right, so this is the problem that's happening here. Hey, what's up, Hellosaurus TV? Thank you for the follow. Hi, hello. How's your Saturday going, or Sunday? Could be Sunday, depending on your part of the world. So the problem here is this position object keeps track of X and also a X hint, which is used to determine where in the line. Like if you press up and down, it's used to kind of keep track of where it should be positioning. Your Sunday is going good? Oh, so it's bright and early in the morning for you. Yeah, this like set X after vertical movement thing is how this cursor X hint works. But I'm not properly setting the X hint, so it's getting lost. Cursor X hint. Where else was I setting X? Maybe not anywhere else. Maybe this is fine. But that should fix the test. And it does. And if we want to demonstrate that that fixes the test, deleting and then pressing down is still maintaining that. And this works like I would expect it to. Cool. Implement text insertion and backspace. So we'll do enter key next, I guess, and maybe delete after that. Make sure this patch looks fine. So ignoring coverage on this line because I don't care to test this. We split out a helper function for managing the end of the file. And we implemented the backspace key, or this is the backspace key, and then this is the text insertion. And then we wrote some tests. How long have I been programming for? Let's see. I started when I was like 10-ish years old, cheating on math homework. I didn't want to type out the quadratic formula so often, so I wrote some I wrote some VB script in a Microsoft Word document, and we redistributed it using floppy disks. And that was, oh man, almost, let's see, wow, has it really been that long? Been 18 years since I wrote that little bit of code. But professionally, I've been programming since 2009, so about 10 years. I say professionally, like I was employed as a person writing software. I guess technically the first year was as a quality assurance agent, quality assurance intern. But yeah, close enough. I wrote more code than I did quality assurance that internship anyway. But yeah, for quite a while. I've been doing Python since, well, I've been doing good Python since 2012, but I wrote some really crappy Python in 2011 before I knew how to do things the right way. I guess I still, in some cases, don't know all the right way, but yeah, hopefully that answers your question. So let's make the enter key work. That's not babi. So part of the reason that it's called babi is I frequently typo nano, and that's my primary editor. And so I made bash aliases from babi to nano so that if I typoed it, it would just open the right thing. But now I'm being punny and like abusing that alias to be my text editor's name. But I still want the typo thing to work when I'm not developing on babi, and so I have babi alias to check if babi exists, and if it does, then run that. Otherwise, run nano. So that's why that is the way it is. Okay, so we want to be able to make enter work, and I don't know what key code that is, so we're going to put a breakpoint in the unknown, and then we'll do some debugging. So one tricky thing about debugging curses is it doesn't give you a nice terminal debugger. This is where babi, yeah. How is babi formed? Babi is formed by me typoing. But I have a cool debugger setup using a tool called Remote PDB. And the way Remote PDB works is in this case, breakpoint is the Python 3.7 and above, although I'm running Python 3.6 with a backport of breakpoint. But the way breakpoint works is it looks for this environment variable called Python breakpoint, and it'll import and call this. And I'm using Remote PDB, which opens up a telnet, or opens up a socket, which I can then attach to with telnet and use a terminal debugger without mutating the curses application. So if I open this and press enter, and then attach to it in another tab, debug attach, you can see I'm at a terminal debugger. And then we can look at the local variables here. The one we care about is WCH, I think. Or no. Interesting. WCH dot is printable. The new line is not printable. It's not exactly what I expected, but I guess it's good that I have to handle it separately. But that makes this easy, so I can just do otherwise if WCH is equal to the new line. But I should probably write tests for it first. But if I like continue here, it allows execution to resume here, and you can see like I'm getting this unknown key thing. But let's write a test for the enter key. Halvardum asks, what are we doing? So I have a command for that. If you do bang today, I'm working on Babi, which is my text editor. I'm implementing handling of the enter key. Let me get rid of the breakpoints. Test. Press enter. Hey, what's up, the comedian and Halvardum? Thank you both for the follow. Hope your day is going well. Test press enter beginning of file. Enter.join f. And this is kind of the test harness that I was talking about before, where it spins up tmux in the background and I can interact with it by pressing keys and waiting for text to appear and asserting certain behaviors of that. So we want to make sure that it opens the file, and then we want to press enter. I hope that works. So I should be able to see the end of the line, then a blank line, then hello world, if it worked properly. And we know it didn't work because I didn't implement any of the code for it. Well, didn't actually run anything is another problem too. Yeah, so we never saw this hello world text. This is just like debugging so that I can see after the fact what it did. Okay, so let's implement that. You guys can you? No, you can't hear the lawn people. Anyway, there's lawn people right outside the house. Okay, so if we see the enter character, we should replace the current line with whatever text is before the insertion pointer, and then take the rest of the line and insert it after. And then move down into position 0. Okay, so we need to assign the current line, line's position. So this will set the current line to this and insert after that. That won't completely implement this. Oops. I press enter now. It kind of works, but it needed to move the cursor down over here. That's the second part of that. Yeah, I am still live outdated version. It's only been... How long have I been streaming for? Almost 4 hours? I guess that's kind of long. So then we press down, and then we do set X to 0. Is that easy? Seems too easy. Oh. We have the same bug as before. So need to set the cursor hint too. But I'm gonna write a test for that. I'm gonna make sure the first test passes. That test passes. Test. Oh, also it should set the file as modified. I don't think that's happening. Let's see. That's failing. Modified equals true. Def test press enter mid line. Just one. Yeah. One line will work with run F. So we're going to scoot over to the right, and then we're going to press enter. You should see hello and then world. Ubuntu will not boot, so I'm kind of sad. Yeah, that seems not good. It seems very not good. Hopefully you can figure that out. Was that you were messing with drivers, right? Oh, it just shows the purple screen and then a black screen. That's not good. Oh, that was someone else? My bad. So this is the bug. Pressing up afterwards should keep it at position 0. But it is currently not doing that if I'm right. Yeah. Easy. Position dot cursor x hint. Surprised. Oh, maybe you can hear the line people. Cool. Is it really that simple? There's no edge cases for pressing enter? Pressing at the beginning of the file is fine. It's starting to come together. What about the very end of the file? Seems to work. That's a little bit. This is a little quirk of Nano. This doesn't happen in Vim. And I like the feature, so I implemented it in Babi as well. But if you press backspace at the end of the file, it never actually deletes the end of the file. So it kind of forces it to always end in a new line, which I like. So keeping that, or I re-implemented that same feature in Babi. It works by booting to recovery, but I can no longer do that, so... that sounds problematic. Sounds like what was happening when I was trying to install the AMD Pro driver on my computer, and the installer didn't want to install properly. To mod your existing driver. Well, that sounds scary. Sounds like something I don't want to do. Okay, so we implemented the enter key. Implement, pressing enter. Pretty much every issue I've had with this computer is due to NVIDIA drivers. Yeah. It's the year of Linux on the desktop. Which one of these can I delete? I can delete F2. And delete t.py also. Get rid of T. Okay, so I guess the next would be the delete key. I've had problems with NVIDIA drivers. I have a small media machine in my living room that runs Linux. I guess the only time I had problems with the drivers was when I did a dist upgrade. And I learned my lesson, like, don't dist upgrade when you have custom PPAs and custom drivers and all that other shit. Like, uninstall that first, dist upgrade when you're like 480p resolution, and then install the drivers afterwards. That seemed to be more stable. Also, it gets rid of a bunch of cruft on your machine. It's like having the old PPA installed messed with all sorts of stuff, but I don't know. That's the only problems I've had. I decided to avoid my problem by booting into Windows. Yeah, that'll fix it. Maybe not the intention that you had, but it'll fix it. Okay, yeah, so I want to implement another key. So if we do breakpoint here again, and then we'll press delete and see what happens there. We press delete and then attach here. WCH and key are the same. Curses.key.dc. Okay. So that's easy. I put it next to the backspace. That seems reasonable. Key is equal to curses dot this. But I should write test first. Alright, TDD. So test delete at the music stop? No, it's just between songs. Test delete at beginning at end of file? Sure. Oh, there's an edge case for end of line also. So delete at the end of the file should do nothing. And should not set modification. I press delete in tmux. Tmux send delete key. Uh... None of these sound obviously like delete. Oh, I guess it is delete. What is B tab? I don't know. Don't care. Kinda care, but also don't really care. So it shouldn't trigger an unknown key, and it shouldn't cause the file to be modified. It literally wrote delete, so that's not right. DC. Oh, I see. That's what it's supposed to be. Okay. So unknown key DC. So this will make it no longer unknown. So the test passes, but for the wrong reason. But that's fine. We'll come back to this test when we make it fail, I guess. But that's the minimum to make it pass, so we'll improve the tests later. Test delete removes character afterwards. I moved over to the right because if I just awaited text on hello world, it would already pass because it's a substring of hello world. So I moved to the right so I can await hello world instead. So that should fail now. And it does. Now... Okay, the simplest, so this is the simplest case. I won't worry about the other cases yet. We should make sure it's modified as well afterwards. So position .x, and then we're also doing .x plus 1 onwards. That should pass this assertion, but not this one. Hey, what's up, Hazy on Twitch? The project that I'm working on is I'm writing a text editor so that I can learn curses. Not for any like great reason, just so I can learn how curses works. But right now I'm working on text editing, and earlier I worked on getting horizontal scrolling polished up. 69. But right now I'm working on the delete key. But it can open itself, and so you can see like I can edit text here, I can press backspace, I can press enter and delete lines, I can navigate around and scroll and all sorts of stuff, and like that's what it does so far. But it's very far from done, and it can't write yet, so it's not feature enough to do that yet, but that's that. Michael MX2 asks, "Hey Anthony, what time do you usually go to bed / wake up?" I'm an early riser, so I usually wake up. Well, during the week, I set my alarm to 5:57, which I realize is oddly specific. But when I set it to 6 o'clock, I found that I would sometimes miss my train because I wouldn't have enough minutes. But those 3 minutes made all the difference. Usually my morning, I'll either bike to a train station that's far enough away that just like gives me an excuse to bike, or I will, or I'll go for a run. I've been going for a run a lot more recently, kind of for selfish reasons. There's a cute girl that gets on a specific train at a specific time. This is gonna sound super fucking creepy now, but it's not that creepy. I've talked to her in real life, so it's not creepy, right? That makes it not creepy. But I've been running more often because that sets up me getting on the later train. But yeah, otherwise I will bike to a train station that's about an hour away. And, well, actually, I can get there in 20 minutes, and that gives me enough time to get on that train and go into the city. As for bedtime, oh, and on weekends, I kind of naturally wake up at around the same time, just because during the weekday it's about the same. Yes, I go running so that I can see the girl. That's what it is. On weekends, I wake up at about the same time. I usually go to bed around 10 o'clock, but sometimes later. It really depends on like what I'm doing that day. But somewhere around there. Sometimes like 1 in the morning, sometimes 2 in the morning. But somewhere between 10 and 2 is usually when I go to bed. It turns out I don't actually need all that much sleep, so I get by. Oh. Set modified equals to true. And yes, so now we've broken our original test. This is what I expected. If position dot cursor line is equal to len of lines minus 1, then we're doing nothing. Not at end of the file. But hope that answers your question. I'm both a morning person and a night person, so I'm more of a no sleep person, which is a thing, I guess. Okay, cool. So those 2 tests pass. But now we need to do the case that's probably not working, which is pressing delete. Oh, that's... Why did it work? Oh, because I'm using nano. Right. I need to implement the, like, navigation keys so that I can go to the beginning and the end of the line faster than pressing... yeah, so delete at the end of the line is not working right now. So, we have to make that work. If position... Well, let's write a test for it. test delete at end of line. Hello world. I'm pressing down to get to the second line and then left to get to the end of the first line, rather than pressing right 5 times. It's like a slight sneaky optimization. And then we should press DC, and we should expect hello world as one string. Who is texting me? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I got a text message from someone I don't expect to get a text message from, but that's okay. I'll message them back later. We should expect this to get modified. So that test should fail now. That does. If position.x is the cute. No, it's not the cute girl. It's someone else. It's not the train girl. I wish it was the train girl, but it's not the train girl. You're right, it is a cute girl though, but it's not the train girl. I'm not sure if I'm off by one, so I'm just gonna do that. It magically works now. Your machine booted fine. Nice. Okay, I got the if statement right because we hit the assertion error. What do we do in this case? We delete the line afterwards and then set modified to true. Add the line afterwards, and then we lines dot pop. We pop the line afterwards, so that should make that test pass. Oh no, it's failing because it paused. Why did we pause? Why did we fail? Oh, because we didn't set modified. Sweet. That means delete works. Well, in theory delete works. Oh, that's so cool. It's starting to come together. I'm like really excited about this. Oh, I can't write. I can't write. Control O is write the file in Nano. Oh, that's so cool. Oh god, what happened? Yeah, it's stack traces. And by background and then foreground it. Why does it print this weird thing when I foreground it? So I background it, Control Z, and then I foreground it. It prints out bracket A. It's like I press Control V and then... What is bracket A? Bracket A key code. I think that's arrow up, but I'm not sure. I don't even know. Let's see. Control V bracket A. Yeah, it's up arrow. What? Fuck. That's for future me to find out. I don't care about that. Okay, we implemented delete. What other text editing is there? Insert key, I guess? What does the insert key do? It's just paste, right? You copy this, and then I press insert. What does the insert key do? Insert key. Thank you, Wikipedia. It's primarily used to switch between two text entering modes. Yeah, fuck that, we're not doing this. Overtype is the worst mode ever. No one wants that. Page up, page down. Yeah, I should probably do that. I'm gonna do Control A and Control E first, because I think I use those more often than the page up, page down. But it's a good idea. Let's see. Where's the ones where I do a bunch of navigation? Arrow key movement. Scrolling arrow key movement. So we can add a test here. Well, I should have ran the full test suite before I pushed. Make sure the test suite still passes. I really need to set up CI for this. Oh fuck, it doesn't pass. Oh, it very much doesn't pass. No! Why not? Are you gonna support split window? Probably, maybe, eventually. I don't know. What test failed? Test very narrow window status. Oh, did I break this again? Sucks. Oh, is Control J enter now? Oh, it is. No. How do I tell the difference between the enter key and Control J? That's obnoxious. Just gonna write a little log file here. Then I press enter and I press Control J. Hopefully they're different. I press enter first, right? Oh, they're identical. No. Oh. That's really bad. That's really bad. I can't tell Control J and enter apart. How does Nano tell them apart? You know what I bet it boils down to? I bet it's this, bet it's the get WCH loses information. Like by not... Oh, it should have given a different integer code here. I don't know. I don't know how this is supposed to work. I guess I can pick a different, I mean, to fix the test, I can pick a different key code that's unknown. But I don't know how Nano knows the two apart. Because in Nano, if you do Control J, it gives you that. Happy Bacon Day, by the way. Is it really Bacon Day? What day is Bacon Day? Guess it is Bacon Day. For those of you that eat bacon, happy Bacon Day. I do not consume bacon, so it can be sad Bacon Day for me. You know, I just remembered something from earlier that might be relevant. Also, I just learned a key combination on accident. If you do Windows key E, it opens up Explorer. It's a Canadian thing too. Cool. E code, yes, that's what we want to adjust, and it's based on keypad. Keypad, enable or disable? Maybe that's how I change this? Well, I'm dumb. I heard you say that, so I go Windows key, and wow, my computer is so dumb. Then I realized I'm not on Windows. Yeah. Gotcha. Got him! Versus.textpad. Enable text widget. Where's textpad? Too big. Why is there so much white space at the bottom of this? Just a bunch of white space down here. Oh, this doesn't actually open a new thing, it just scrolls down here. Oh, I see, that's for making actual things. Yeah, there's just a bunch of... Does it do that at zoom 0? It does, there's just a bunch of random white space at the bottom here. Hey, what's up, 3 men to Platan? I'm working on my text editor today. You can check what I'm working on with the bang today, or the bang project command. I'm working on text editing. Right now, I'm trying to figure out... oh, weird edge case. So if I press enter, it should... Okay. Sorry. I always forget this song. This is the background for the current song that's playing, and every time it comes up, it's just like, oh god, someone's looking at me. But it's just the YouTube. Pretend okay. But right now, what I'm working on is when I press the enter key, it adds new lines. Control J should not do that, but it is doing that right now, and my test suite is failing because of that. And I suspect it has to do with keypad mode, but I'm also wondering why there's a bunch of white space at the bottom of this file. Like lots of white space. Is there like actually a bunch of white space there? this element. Sphinx sidebar. The sidebar is what has a bunch of white space. Maybe? Collapse sidebar. This thing is really tall for some reason. Oh, I bet if I refresh that it fixes it? Yeah, it's due to zoom. It computes it. Oh, that's so messed up. When you change the zoom level, it like completely breaks the sidebar. It's awesome. It's exactly what I want to see. JavaScript and CSS, my friends. Interesting. I don't think we have access to the keycode function. Despite it being here. Keycode. I don't even see it in here anymore. Keypad, that's what it's called, not keycode. Keypad. Window.keypad. If the flag is true, escape sequences generated by some keys will be interpreted by cursive. CSS, can we not bring up such shit on a wonderful Saturday evening? That's true. Yeah. So this is potentially this function. Return value. Upon success, returns okay, otherwise error. How do I know what it... Is there a getter for it? I wish there was a getter. Okay, let's try setting keypad to true and see what that does. No, doesn't change anything. Let's try setting it to false. Very much does not work when setting it to false. Okay, so it's not that. Although maybe Nano sets it to false and then does some like clever stuff with it. I don't even know. I'm just gonna pick a different key combination and go from there. What is a key combination I don't use in Nano? P. Use Control O. Why does P just go up? What is down? Control 0 doesn't do anything. Control 8 is backspace apparently. Control 9 does nothing. Control 7 does something. I don't use that key. I'm gonna use Control R. Let's do Control R instead. Fixed Play says, I'm trying to hold out till 4 before I eat so that way I only need one meal today since I slept in so late. I know that strategy. Switch tests to use Control R instead of... Wait, do I use Control R? No, I don't. Instead of Control J. I'm gonna leave myself a note here in the commit message. For some reason, Control J is being treated the same as the Enter key. I'm not sure how Nano knows the difference. We'll have to investigate further. Don't think I'm gonna make it though, I'm getting pretty hungry. Yeah, I haven't had food since 10, and I'm also hungry. Which means I'm probably gonna wrap up pretty soon. Maybe let's get Control A and Control E and home and end working. They're the same functionality. Let's get those working. And yeah, let's get home and end working, and then we'll call it good. I'm gonna guess it's key home. Yeah. Okay. Curses.key home is home. Home and end. Did you hear about the guy that fasted for a year? He survived off his body fat. Holy shit, no way. Year-long fast. 380... What the f... Damn. Damn, he changed a lot. He ate no food at all and lost 125 kilograms. He was sick. Let me make the text bigger so you guys can read it. Was reportedly sick of being obese and checked into the blah blah blah. He told hospital staff he was ready to cut food together, so doctors happily agreed to monitor his progress. I guess he took multivitamins, so that's good. Wow. Wow, that's amazing. Hey, what's up, 2 Even? Thank you for the follow. Nice handle. I like it. 2 Even. Water and nutrients, yeah. Makes sense. That's amazing. I guess he drank tea and coffee, so it's a little bit cheating. For the last 8 months, his blood glucose levels were consistently very low. Huh. He cheated. Cheated! Pinch of sugar or milk in his tea and coffee. God damn. Could you imagine if you only shit every 40 to 50 days? Wow. Don't try this at home. No shit. Literally no shit. Wow. That's not scary, that's efficient, yeah. Oh, you were about to say no shit in chat. I got your joke before you got dated version. Wrecked. Cool, so... These are actually pretty easy to implement, but I should write tests for them first. Test home, test end and home. Test end key. X of 0, Y of 1, and then we should press home, and then there should be at 5, 6, 11. File on disk has changed. Dang it. Yep, the lads down the cans asks, assert checks a variable and then crashes if it isn't met. Yeah, it's basically, it's equivalent to saying something like this. If not, expression, raise assertion error. Message. So you can have, the syntax is assert expression, and then you can optionally have message afterwards. But if message is empty, then there's no code here. But that's equivalent to what assert does. You can also turn off asserts by running Python in optimized mode, but no one does that, especially because it breaks a lot of code. Oh, song. This is the current song. I will be the song bot. I don't have that hooked up. I just open up YouTube in a tab and play it. But the playlist is listed in the description below, and that's the current position in the playlist. I will be the very, very high latency bang song response. For any people that do more than a week of fasting, the hardest part is the first 3 days. Yeah, I fasted for 6 days once, just to see if I could. And you're absolutely right. The first 3 days are the hardest, but the 4th day was just like, it's all good. Which makes sense. It's like how it's how your body switches from glucose consumption to the slower pathways after that. Makes sense. Okay. So it should be 11.1. But now we can actually implement it. So we have our failing test. I think that's it. I think that's all, right? No? 0, 1. Oh, I pressed home. Duh. Meant to press end. But I do want to test the scrolling thing, so let's get rid of this second bit and write a test for making sure that it scrolls properly. Press down, we should maintain the, oops. We should maintain the same X position, but different Y. But I'm pretty sure without that other assignment, it doesn't do that right now. Yep, in fact, we go to 0, 2, but set this. And we do this again. Now we pass. Okay, so now we need to do the home key. do down and then left to get to the end of the first line. And then end of the first line, yeah. And then we'll do home. And that should put us at 0, 1. And then if we press down, we should be at 0, 2. Basically the same test as the end key, but different. And since we haven't implemented it, let's not get current position. Let's get cursor position. Okay, time to start getting prepped for lunch. Time is ready, it should be after 4. Nice. At least you time box yourself. Okay, so we didn't implement home. Literally just self.x equals 0. And the down key didn't work because we didn't do this. Now it should work. Cool. And so that implements home and end, but I should also implement Control A and Control E. Unless they just send home and end. They do not. Implement home and end keys. I didn't actually run that. Let me make sure they actually work. Cool. Nice. I need to make Control and the arrow key work too. K lift 5, K rit 5. K down 5, K up 5. Interesting. Not exactly what I expected there, but good to see that I can detect those keys, because those were tricky. I actually, that was actually my patch to Nano, was to make Control right and Control left work. Yeah, tests, Sarcastic Dante. I'm writing some tests. Okay, so Control E does not work, which is what we expect because I didn't write any code for it. Let's see what key codes we get for Control E though. Off for a while. Thanks for stopping by, Bix Plays. I probably won't be back, but thanks for lurking. I'll probably be done after I get Control A and Control E working, because it's been almost 5 hours, and I'm getting hungry myself. Control E. And attach. Okay, so we're looking for key name equals Control E. I should have done Control A at the same time. Actually, I can again. So Control E, we'll do Control A after when I write the test for it. Position dot A is beginning, E is end. Margin lines. Now that test should pass. security test should fail. So implement it. Nice. So now we can Control A and Control E. Gotta take out the breakpoint. Starting to come together. I'm really happy with this. It's great. Okay, cool. But I'm gonna wrap up here. So if you liked what you saw, leave a follow. Blah blah blah. I hate saying that. It feels so awful. But if you missed any part of the stream and want to catch up on the rest of it or whatever, I usually upload them to YouTube directly afterwards. And that's youtube.com/AnthonyWritesCode unfollowing. Thanks, outdated version. I'm a sellout. But yeah, I upload all the previous streams since like January-ish to youtube.com/AnthonyWritesCode. Oh, this freaks me out. I gotta delete this. Private. Doesn't actually happen there. But yeah, so upload content there. My stream schedule is pretty consistent. Usually I stream on... it just thanks you. It doesn't do anything, outdated version. Banglurk just thanks you. Apparently it's a thing in other streams, so we implemented it a couple streams ago. I usually stream on a schedule, although recently I've been streaming earlier at 11 p.m. my time on Saturdays, and I moved that up 2 hours from what it says in the description, based on European audiences to hopefully allow more people to watch, and it seems like that's actually happened, so that's cool. But I announced my stuff on Discord, which is Bang Discord. I also announced it on Twitter. It's twitter.com/codewithanthony. Couldn't get my brand synergy because Anthony Writes Cod doesn't quite say the same as Anthony Writes Code, and that's the limit on number of characters for Twitter. But yeah, I think that's it. That's all the things. But yeah, Anthony Writes Cod. Yeah, that'll be my second channel where I just it'll be a fishing channel. It'll be great. But yeah, that's all I've got for today. I'm gonna go find someone to raid now.